Hello, 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 hello. Hi, hello, welcome, welcome. Happy Valentine's Day, yay! Do you guys like, look, I dressed up. I have my this cute little ribbon hat thingy. What are they called? I don't know. You know, like the little maid hat with all the frills and the lace. Aren't I cute? Happy Valentine's Day. Oh, she's late for our date? Hey, okay. I was not late, and it's not a date. We're all Valentines here. Hi, Zeno. Welcome, welcome. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Hello, Red. Yeah, headband. Frill neck lizard. Shut up. No. No, yeah, it's like a little headpiece. Hi, Karma. Happy Valentine's Day. Hello, Mary. Happy Valentine's Day. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys have seen my little YouTube community post, but isn't this so cute? Let me pin it so everyone sees it. Go look at it. It's cute Valentine's art. And I wrote a little message too. Okay, today we'll be playing this visual novel called It Gets So Lonely Here. And I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny because of the title and the day it is today. We're all like technically you guys are my Valentines, but we're also all watching a stream and streaming, so we're not that cool. Shall we get started? Whoa, I like these noises. They're like typewriter. This is a Yuri visual novel. I love Yuri. It's Happy Yuritines Day if you think about it. Hence my title. I just think we could get married. You know, nothing serious. Whoa, no marriage. I'm never getting married. You guys will be my assistants forever. You can only get married to one person, you know, at a time. I can't get married to you and leave all the other kiwopods. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Beautiful, I know, right? Thank you to Yisu for doing such a cute art. Everyone say thank you, Risu. It's like me for real. Here, I got you chocolates. Really? Thank you. Thank you for the chocolates. I love chocolate, but I don't like dark, okay? Recently, I've been really into... It's really loud. I've been really into chocolate oranges. We've been assistant zone. It's so over. No, because you guys will be assistants for the rest of your life. If you get married, you could like divorce, you know. But if you're my assistant, I'm never letting you quit. So it's even better than getting married. It's even better than getting married if you think about it. If you think about it. Shall we start? Shall we start? Thank you for the chocolate. If it's milk chocolate, I'll take it. You're running through a forest. Ooh, it's late. Thank you, achievement. It's late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees that surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you're going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of sun to aid you, it would be of little use. You don't know where you're going. You've no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy with no destination in mind. You've no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you're certain that you would be ruined. You've no choice, therefore, but to keep going on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. Oh, it's getting louder. It's kind of scary. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time has begun to blend together. It's lost all meaning. Oh my god, it's getting so loud. Oh my god. Hello? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Let's make that there. Something sharp snags the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what's happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears. Ooh. The sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forward with a shock gasp. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt's been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running, and soon she will catch you, then your life will be over. You do not know if she's still following you, but you don't want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath the tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up and your blood would freeze in your veins. This is kind of like our love story, don't you think? You, kiwopods, is this girl running away, and I'm the one that's chasing after you. Fair point. I want to sign divorce papers. Exactly. Surprise! It's raining. It's freaky. It's like windy. The leaves are rustling. We're playing horror on Valentine's Day. Then you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise when you made that contract that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. It's too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls at your feet. It's cold enough to sap the heat from your body and you shudder from it. It feels as though you're drowning. It feels as though you're being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your life, you must. You run and run and run and run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you put so much effort into running forwards, but you can only press on. 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight, given you're so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, you've grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Ah! It's getting loud again. You're faint, you forgive me for sounding cliches in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Okay, guys, I'm pretty sure if whichever one we pick right now is the story we're gonna go to. And like, this is from what I saw in the description, okay? The real horror is physical activity. True. I would just die. I'm not good at running. So, to the shore, I think, I don't know. I think it's like a mermaid. The village is like I don't know, a village girl, and the castle is a princess. And that's the princess in my thumbnail. Who should we go for, you guys? What happened with the internet? Not good yet, but visual novels don't take a lot of of power to go through. It's just my YouTube that's gonna keep lagging and buffering. My dad's gonna check it later. Which route should we take? Quickly, before the wind keeps being scary in my ears. Castle, all 3 at once? Oh, greedy. Okay. Well, since I've got 1 vote for castle, let's go to the castle. Pretty princess. Yes. You want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once their beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? Whoa! Okay. It's far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That's very astute of you. Thanks. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. Thanks. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. I wonder. Night's far from over and your adventures are only just beginning. Hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with the sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. Follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and quickly. The only hope as you continue to run that you'll find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you in your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. I don't really like marzipan. I think it's not that yummy. I tried it once and I didn't like it. What do you guys think about marzipan? She'll be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though. Or younger sisters, for that matter. You're only guessing. You're not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. So we're a peasant too, and we were like, ugh, I'm so glad we didn't go to the village where all the peasants are. You're a peasant too! Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Come on, do you do chibi-coms? Chibi-coms, like for drawing? If it's on my Ko-fi, then yes. I do. Never tried marzipan? It's like this, like, sweet, and it's made with, like, almond, like crushed almonds or something. And it's usually shaped really cutely, like little fruits or whatever. But, I wasn't too into it. You're not rich enough to know what marzipan is. What? That's not a rich thing. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they're subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mystical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there's no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It's this hope that keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle, and it takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? Forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It's still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. Ho, 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 ho. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. Woo! We made it! Ooh, I like this music. Okay, it was just a... Oh. I thought it was just a sound effect. It's not. It is music. I like it. I like it. What instrument is this? Or is that just like synthetic? Not synthetic. What do you call something that's made with a computer and not a real instrument? I don't know. I'm not good at music things. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. Castle's not all dark, though. Not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody's home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more presently, of their guards? You half expect as you stand there that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of the queen and queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place? Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with a dirty skirt? Be gone with you! You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family's a wealthy one, or rather they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. Ooh, so I'm like a noble turned peasant. Virtual? Is it virtual? Virtual? Maybe. I don't think so, though. Also, hello, Sloan. Welcome, welcome. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights may be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside of its perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which were set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior open just a crack. It'd be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Are you trembling now, you silly thing? You've come so very far. Would it be an act of foolishness to turn around now? Go on, go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. And then you step forwards. Isn't it so suspicious? It's like they knew someone would come in. Maybe we're the food walking willingly inside, you know? You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. Sorry. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at the push of your palm it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split in silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. Ooh, we're inside. If there are any gate guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should have all been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would have to not to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding, a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. Dude, that scared me. I was like, why do I hear my heartbeat? It's the freaking game sound effect. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You're thankful for your good luck, though. It does make you wonder. Where is everybody? Why, it's almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Maybe it's because she's so lonely. It gets so lonely here in the castle. Get it? Roll credits. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. Yo, Pia, you want to come out here? You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There's no point in worrying about the guards. Not when they might very well be non-existent. Ooh! Your entry to the castle security, then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resulting slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wild eyes, you glance about. You're standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into a number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there's a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It's dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Ooh. Maybe the castle's empty. If that's the case, though, then who lit these torches? It's a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage and cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. "Hello," you say, your eyes wide. "Is anybody there?" Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall. "Hello." But it's met you yet again, with silence. You cannot say you're too surprised, but it's somewhat disappointing. Not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody's here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yeah, that must be it. You'll never find that pretty fairytale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It's time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floors of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of aeons past memorialized in portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine. Oh, I read that weird. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack of the door and the jamb, you can see a flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it's light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? I would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be waiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand on the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It's a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. We finally met someone. Hello? Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. Hello. Hello, princess. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downward in her lap. At her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender curls which protrude beneath the hem of her dress, that she's very pretty. Your priorities. I guess this is us, right? Our priorities are messed up. Is this game just 99.9% text? Yes, this is a visual novel. It's just, like, it's just reading and then choosing some, like, dialogue options. Because it's like a novel, but you get to press through it, and you get to see, like, pictures on the screen, and there's, like, music and stuff. Because most of the games Kara plays, yes, I do love visual novels. I have a visual novel playlist in on my channel. The girl's hair is golden, just like the freshly cut wheat, but it's the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She's so striking you cannot look away from her. Oh, Jesus. What is that? This girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. The girl's adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl's of a similar age to you, it seems strange that we should content herself by playing with dolls. Hey, I still play with dolls. And I'm old. I love dolls. I'm a doll myself. I love dolls so much I became one. Is she not too old for it? Freak you! This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen. With noblemen. Perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is your bedchamber, adjusting a teacup on a doll's hand. Lucy, I'm gonna fall asleep to your voice. That's okay. Just put me in the background and close your eyes and listen to me read to you in my super calming and super perfect voice. It's like pseudo ASMR, because it's not real true ASMR, but it almost is. I promise I won't scream, so you can sleep. And if I do scream, sorry. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her bed, of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She's beautiful! So much so, it's breathtaking. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she's none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it's unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. Scream once an hour. Yeah. 3 hours of calm reading with noises in the background, interrupted by a scream every hour. That's terrible. That's terrible. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who's holding it. She's so startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Do you guys agree? Do you guys agree with this? I do. You can't tell because I don't have a tongue toggle, but I'm doing the face, the tongue out. You're rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but... well, it's not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says, in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It's good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? What? That's news to you. Sam. Yeah, Sam. She's a fair maiden. Sam. You blink perplexed, a response to the tip of your tongue, but you're unable to expel it into the aether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvases the space between you. The room is so very large, there's quite a lot of space, then takes her hands into her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement, be my new lady's maid! It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone. Not when you know how long I was waiting. I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious. So much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You've never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. You are... This girl is so weak. This girl is so weak. She's like, oh my god, she's so pretty. I'd happily be her maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve. Not if she's always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You're not good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It's with a blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Bovine? Isn't that cow? Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or, am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she's still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but if that's what she wills, you will not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You're coming from a distant country and have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are and do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It's regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though it's no fault of her own. Why you've spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. So you're a fugitive then? From another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you might find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she's merely telling the truth. If you do not have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it's from one of those foreign countries that you come from. It's very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkingly that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I think I've been doing my best at lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known before you entered this chamber they were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush keeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress, and as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope she can forgive you. No, it's alright. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. How wonderful. I'll be looking forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been here so long, I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so is the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princesses... Oops, I didn't mean to click that. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that's quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. The castle is full of servants, my lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It's so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and queen? Will they not be the ultimate authorities in this castle's hierarchy? Maybe she's like a monster kind of girl. And but she doesn't know it herself. So they send everyone away, they leave her in this empty castle. Or like everyone in the castle died or something, I don't know. And she doesn't have any ideas. They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yeah. Hey! You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. No, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Oh my god. Roll credits. Roll credits. Now that's an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking in you, and in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem to be particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes! The princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show you all the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, where she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been silenced... Oh my god, I can't read. What the... Hello? Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisted hallway, and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. The chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, which is resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling's not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are unassumingly beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There's a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You get the feeling that nobody slept in this room for quite some time. That might feel so very cold in here. Though if the princess's tour of the castle has taught you anything, is that it's very cold in every room in her abode. Now here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? No, freak. The room is like... It's old, which is like fine, but it's cold as freak. Perhaps she's afraid that you'll turn your nose up at her kindness. She is awfully eager to please. This is an unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingratiating, I don't know that word, ingratiating attitude, which makes you smile. This room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it's more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it's cold, you fancy you'll feel warmer once you've slipped beneath the bedsheets. The room's not quite so fancy as your dormitory in the conservatoire, and neither is it large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. Woohoo! There's only one bed in this room, and this bed belongs to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servant rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to get past them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to go up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I've been skulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up here anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in that attic, with all those empty beds. I don't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming of a lady. The housekeeper has warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. That's better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be danged. You're always scolded too, back at the conservatoire for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided. Not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Aww. Well, I'm glad you understand. The princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. Princess departs, and in her absence, you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed! Yay! Was she cute? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I'm back with food. So cute, right? The princess is, like, very, very cute. We don't know much about her yet, though. And it's very suspicious how everyone's gone. Oh, the princess is alright too, I guess. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you. I am cute, thank you. Baddie. Agree. You cannot help but think this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest the forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. Hello? What happened to... Okay. You're indoors, inside a castle, no less. And you might have been given a room in which to... And you've been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. Seems premature still to declare that you're out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean. But things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand, on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. Sorry. I'm yawning. I yawn every stream, so it's not because of the game. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. You're too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. Sorry. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You're so very tired. Your sleep is a deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abyss of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep's not devoid to prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though, in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. It's cold in my room. It's cold in my room. I want my blanket, but I can't grab it. Hold on. Ugh. Okay, there. I'll have my feet covered. I'm not my feet, my legs. Well, I guess that includes my feet. Okay. They're not dreams, are they? To which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they're not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids like the ghostly images in a... What the F are these words? This visual novel uses a lot of, like, synonyms and flowery language. Phanakistoscope. Were not conjured from within your mind. Why is it not picking up my mouth? There. They were instead taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming, you're remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you're last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They'd never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies, too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody had the airs and graces of a princess, how was anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remember that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatoire, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, Charlie, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to. Before you knew it, the silver blades of the scissors were embedded in your left palm. Jesus Christ! This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin. Not all the way down to bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Oh, I just ate strawberry jam this morning for breakfast. I had a peanut butter and jelly with strawberry jam. Man, you're gonna make me sick. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as way, and she looked for a few moments, as though she might faint, though you were the one in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggle of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, but it still left a scar. A white raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it couldn't have been that much, evidently. Strawberry pog. Man, shut up. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have had some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing was possible, even more inconsequential. Holy trauma dump. Sorry. I didn't mean that. You feel disoriented when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. Ooh, everything's bright now. You're lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. These aren't dull beige walls, there's wallpaper on it. And it has cute little designs, they're like flowery, they're quite nice. This room is quite nice, it even has like a little fireplace. Jesus Christ, I've yawned like 15 times in the span of less than an hour. Is it because I went to sleep late? I didn't mean to. I'll take a nap after stream. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatoire. Not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior. Until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you're still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. It's more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheet, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that's the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. Sleep stream when? But a sleep stream? That's just gonna be... nothing. That's gonna be nothing. It's gonna be... silence for 10 hours. You press your fingers into the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them here? If so, that's all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitability. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You'll feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You're no longer a student. Not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You'd far rather be her servant. I'm not saying anything. If she wants to be a servant to the first pretty girl she sees, can you really blame her? I don't know. Maybe I would too. Random, honestly, for a sleep stream, I don't make a lot of noises in my sleep. Sometimes I sleep talk. Sorry. Sometimes I sleep talk, but that's only when people, like, try to talk to me. Mostly, you'll just hear, like, my dog. Or no? Perfect. You don't judge? You don't judge? Okay. Yeah, I don't judge. I don't judge either. I don't judge either. She wants to be the maid, and everyone has things they want to do in their life. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. Already calling her your mistress. Oh, you're sickening. Castles are a large one with many, many rooms, and many, many hallways connect them, and for a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. Cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snack upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, and find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yeah, it's here! You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you ought to wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no. Sun's high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher than viewed in the wan morning light. Dog sleep stream when? I feel like you guys like my dog more than you guys like me. Why don't you ask my dog to be your Valentine instead, motherfuckers? You can see now, though there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She's attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. You suppose this doll must be your favorite. Well, it's about to be me. I'm gonna be the new favorite. Trust. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It's time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You pursed your lips too, and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs and turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. Princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you don't learn anything from the conservatoire, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it's that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatoire, but perhaps will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her, once again, wake up. More sternly this time. You'll not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It's very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh. Defeated, the princess sighs. All right. It seems I can see it. I can't twist you around my little finger. Whoa! Cute little nightdress. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you've roused the princess from her bed, and you've put her doll to one side, you set up her toilet. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder, as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. Okay. But a curious query from the princess, "Are you alright, dear one?" brings you back to your senses. You're rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you'd learned your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you... Chastened? I think it's chastened, maybe. You finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. Prince remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that alright? You ask the princess as much. You had not wished to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You've never seen a naked woman before. Sorry, I'm accepting yourself. Even then, however, you've always undressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You've never much liked the way you look. You make a few mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. Oh my god. You're not sure about that. You've not yet seen what the princess unadorned, but you already know to look at her face that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are, but she's waiting and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. And you reach out with trembling hands, and you begin to undo the buttons which you run down in the which you run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you're doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible so you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps. Spurred on, perhaps, by your anxiety, you bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. Oh my god. My honest reaction. Eyes. I'm looking. Suddenly, Karma's room feels a whole lot warmer. Oh my god, man. Nope, I'm still cold. I'm in my blanket. Thank god they're not showing anything, because I gotta be honest, I didn't check if this was, like, mature or not. Yeah. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Some begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily as you search. The princess standing there, all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her dress, her day dress, before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles, then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you're doing." "I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?" It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. "My dress is in my armoire," the princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. The armoire of hers is intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. "I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me?" I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here. Especially when I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons laced in iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, and then hurry to her side. With your spoils in your hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. Oh my god, bruh. What's worse, running for your life from someone that's chasing you, trying to kill you, or naked princess? Naked princess, apparently. She's good taste. We need some stickers. Oh my god, bruh. Why, it seems a small miracle you can still remember how to breathe. That's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day already, but I'd already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess you did nothing, really. Nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by someone so pretty is embarrassing. Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Her face flushes from this, more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really. With all this excessive blushing, that the princess did not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. You're making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. Castle, though, expansive, is somewhat stifling. I fear a woman. Me too, me too. Girls are so cool and so pretty and so interesting and perfect, and they scare me. Is Jover for you? Yuri, visual novel? It is a Yuri. It is a Yuri visual novel. I don't know if you guys noticed. It is. I don't know if you noticed by the lack of men. The walls are so very thick, they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The hems of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. Castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. Courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it's not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. Courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It's all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed into a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. Princess, however, seems to not share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush, when it's full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, I suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood, their heads so full they almost seem to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They're pretty in a sense. There's something unsettling about them too, something that's almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers, which are struggling to go within this garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they're simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. They really are my most favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. I could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out to pluck... The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place among its brethren. You watch her, your breath abated, anxious that this gesture might result in a perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she's not. Who'd you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you'd be better served if you worried about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose, and she inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. Princess picks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. Princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. Those petals flutter about the princess like a bloody snow. Princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes through the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pionella. She loves me not. She loves me not. Princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then with a triumphant smile, she loves me! I knew it! You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. This little mantra she's been reciting is one that you're familiar with. The girls at the conservatoire also used to engage in this little game. The younger ones, at least, believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Yeah, we can tell. Your interest in princes had always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, yeah, we can tell. Well, that's a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasant Yui, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally. She's flirting with me. She's flirting with me. I don't know how to handle it. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much. And indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You didn't want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you're the funniest thing she's ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt with... You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatoire, but it's different with her. If you had not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared, she has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! The princess's laughter tapes off into a series of giggles, and smiling, she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? You can't even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says. tossing the rose's stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do, it'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it with her fingers and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the very best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only real casualty of this game would be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but oh, I bet I prick my freaking finger, don't I? Oh no! You're clumsy and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. Idiot. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too. A fact you're now painfully being reminded of. Pain flares through your fingers and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your fingers stinging and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please let me take care of you. And how's she gonna do that? Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, which might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? I bet she's gonna lick my fingers or something, I don't know. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude? Once these aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons. Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It's simply not done. That's what you always thought, but... Please hold still. This might sting a little bit. Princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she's handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startlingly crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Oh my god, I knew it. And she dips her head. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh which borders on the sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. Oh my god. I literally called it, bruh. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a very conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly how do you say this word? Startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin, and the wetness of it. Okay. Those sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what she's doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable, per se, but this is rather awkward. You didn't expect it, that's all. She's not worried this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She's the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given her finger still nestled against your tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard this is the best way to take care of pets. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my lady's maid to look after me then. How very interesting. Did they ever clean her wounds like this? No. The princess says, smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You didn't expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood will flow to your face rather than into your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There's no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. Let go of my finger! You freaking vampire! Oh my god, bruh. So she actually was a monster girl, SMH my head. We don't know yet, we don't know yet, we don't know yet. Maybe, perhaps. I don't know. Because sometimes humans are scarier than monsters. You know? Also, hello, welcome. Praxis. Game is game. Game is game. It's true. It's true. We're winning. We're winning right now. You're not accustomed to the intimacy of this nature. It's making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you're sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass, following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so that you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fury you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had while you're working for the princess. You'd have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there's no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatoire. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused, not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more times you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You've become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? Princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. Oh my god, it's happening already. You're in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It's dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it, that and the fire which crackles in the gate. You've only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go, not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she's smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Wan? Some of these words I've only ever read, and I don't know how to pronounce them, like, out loud. No, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Oh yeah, it's very cold and very dark, and it's very windy. Besides, I'm afraid there will be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. Princess is not mistaken about that. The sky when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. Oh my god, talking about storms, sorry, a little bit offhand. Have you seen what's happening in London? That's like, it's rained every single day of 2026 in London right now. Isn't that crazy? Do we have any British kiwopods here? I don't think so. But oh my god, that's so crazy to me. Yeah, sorry. No connection except for storm. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone and is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. And they make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? Oh my god, she's too good at this, remember? They were talking about how, like, oh yeah, she already knows of your feelings, and she knows of her own feelings. She's acting coy with me. She wants me. Laughs in freedom, yeah. It's not raining for me. Eat that, London. You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would you not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt you. But still you fret to hurt her. But still you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You'd never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this please. Perhaps that you're taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it's so very late. Would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that, yes, of course you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects of the conservatoire, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you've ever been good at. No, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible, I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praises make you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you assure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is from here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you'll do a great job breathing life into these old stories. Would you mind reading for me, just for a brief while? Please, dear one, oh please. The princess's request seems a simple one expressed sweetly. So much you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Oh my god, we're on the same bed together. You then you retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon her bedside table and spread it open. Pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the age concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it's as old as the castle in which it resides. It is just a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to this princess, a tale of a courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while as you read, the princess listens to you enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of the aged tomes, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. Storm outside is still squalling, and you've never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and she says, "And what would be the problem with that? As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" "Well, of course," you reply, "before a pillory maid." "You're still hung up about that?" Princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself." She's dropping hints. She's like, "Oh, I sure wish I was married to a prince. Or a princess. Or a maid. Hint, hint." Like, hello? Oh my god. Oh my god. As if anything like that would ever happen, when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. Castle's an empty one. Even if the princess were to find someone she loves, there'd be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you've avoided a good deal of nuisance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. "That was a nice story," the princess said, "but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still stormy outside. Won't you read me one more?" "You would not mind," you reply, "but it's getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber." "I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one, I won't complain." You've had some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she's a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she's... well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this age compendium, want to upset her. Compendium, I think. Compendium. Karma, being a genius detective, is able to pick up on subtle hints. Of course. Any hint is a hint. And I know my hints. You'd rather cut your own tongue. You'd read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and then when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she's never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request is that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would have been seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand, without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now. The storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know. The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly you blink. Then just as slowly you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up to me you've neglected to clearing out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is a question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you'd like to sleep with her, it would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? Sorry, water. It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She's waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her, in no uncertain terms, that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, being silly, come and join me, come! And that's when you do, after returning briefly into your chamber to change into your nightgown. Oh my god. Oh my god. Princess is going for the kill, I know, she's going for the kill. I don't know if it's for both ways, like, kill, like, she's gonna kill me, but let's pray it's not. I like how I like the way she manipulates me. She's like, you don't want to. You don't want to. I'm so easy. I'm so easy. I'm so easy. Once dressed, you waste no time impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you're a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change some, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh my god. No, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I'm but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says. But I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes more things. I'm getting flustered. It makes things more fun. You try a few more reputations, but in vain. Princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she may be even more stubborn than you are. You capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress and rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. Oh my god, she's flirting with me. She's flirting with me. I'd be fine with either. Oh my god. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she's having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers. That's much better. You feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow, and with a shaky voice you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You're quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know when I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but Princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light, as if though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want you to feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you, I promise. Return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? Is she gonna turn me into a doll or something? Like, what the hell? In a way, the princess replies, after a pause. You've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. You're unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a long time. I've been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop. Your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. and in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep's a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you didn't. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you're immune from all the ills of the world. When you're with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It's a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. Oh. Oh. Why am I in the dungeon? Guys? Guys? You know something's wrong. Catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you're certain that, when you fell asleep, it was in a bed. A nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You're not lying in a bed right now, though. You're not, in fact, lying at all. Oh. Oh. You're standing instead against a cold, hard wall made of stone. Oh my god, they're all wearing maid uniforms. Look, look, look. The one next to me? Oh god. The curve of your back is pressing against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chills seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You're trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes to your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is now a thing of the past. You're standing instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach's beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You're not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here. Others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They're all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They're all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There's no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Oh god. So there's more bodies other than just these skeletons, but it's being, like, censored. There's, like, there's decaying bodies still. Oh, okay. She's into some interesting things. Yeah, Bro's gonna get butchered? Stop. I'm not gonna get butchered. I'm like, you know the hanging meat in butcher shops? If hanging from the freezer, that's me right now, bro. Oh, God. I was joking about getting killed. Surely we don't die. Surely we don't get killed. Surely. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, in some sort of burgundy goop which might have been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not prelude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body's even more mutilated than the first. Her body's peppered with even more wheals, and her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, and the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Oh. Over there, you see a woman who's missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see someone who's missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? I have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they've begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. Oh, you need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it's no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you're much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This, too, glacial. It's obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There's little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. Oh my god, bro! What the freak? What the freak? I knew this was horror, but I didn't know it would be this bad. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that wouldn't have worked. The very definition of insanity, you know. Performing a set action over and over again, hoping for a different response. This isn't cute. This isn't cute at all. This isn't cute at all. She tricked me. Pat Beaver tricked me. It could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that's an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. Trust is just kinky. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I'm screwed. I think I'm dead. Hello, happy Valentine's. Hello, Tara. Welcome, welcome. You've joined at a great point in time. You've joined at a great point to the visual novel. Nice and cute story to set the mood, I see. Yeah, it's so nice and cute. It's perfect for Valentine's Day, guys. What most good, happy visual novels leads to. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god, I can't. Oh my god, I can't. Okay, hopefully she'll spare me. She'll spare me, right? She'll spare me, right? You're still trying to escape, you foolish girl. As if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there. Your dark, dingy cell and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you've ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? What the freak? You played with my heart, you stupid B-word. What the crap? Look now, she's come all this way to the dark depths of the castle's cold and hospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? No, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem like you've finally awoken. How are you? Based on all that infernal racket you've been making, it seemed like you've no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She's standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch, which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It's so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did thinking of waiting here with you by your side until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles. A light, airy giggle which does not at all suit the situation in which you found yourself. The dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would have been a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Oh. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did you say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already, after waking up in a dungeon, silly. It's Jover. It's so Jover. It's still Jover. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that, could you? Oh, what? Would that you could, you would cringe away from her. But you cannot. You're completely powerless. Oh. 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 The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin's very wet and her touch is cool. And though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body's aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best you can. But though the princess' caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you here. There's nobody else in the castle who would have committed such a feat. Everyone is dead. Why, yes. How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally? Why, you ask? Is it so natural to her? What did she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done with all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means... Naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There's nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeons and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There's a bit more to it, to do it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You've been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that I will be eternally appreciative. You've been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough, not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess smiles widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fever which you've never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. She's gonna eat me! She's gonna eat me! No! Oh my god, I should have known. I should have known when she was sucking on my finger and she was like, oh, you cut your finger? Oh, don't worry, I'll kiss it better. Mwah. She was tasting me. No! 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 Well, of all the things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than meringue, just as airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs, a beleaguered woe, his me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes have fixed her face. She's still smiling, but there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you're only imagining that there's something sinister about her smile. It's easy to see things which do not exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess did not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any different to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It's only your perspective of her that's changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means. A question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question has crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though? Was that a lie? I wasn't being totally truthful, no. I thought you might be afraid of me if you knew what actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched them too. Did she now? You supposed you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So I killed them. I killed my servants dear to me, but I had no real choice. I had to eat them. I freaking knew it. I freaking knew it. Oh, of course I choose the freaking cannibal route. Are you kidding me, bruh? Are you kidding me, bruh? I think I'm just like watching this all happen. Like I'm like a voice inside her head. Oh, what? What's the safe word? There's no safe word. There's no safe word. There's no safe word. We're screwed. We're screwed. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I'm drinking 100,000 beers to commemorate. Yep, I'm sure the alcohol in your blood will make you taste very unique. When it's time for her to chow down. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Some way to phrase it. Oh, we're getting eaten. So we're getting drink too to commemorate. How's the stream lagging? If it's just me, it's the stream. It's me. I'm lagging, so it makes all of you lag. Comes a snack confirmed. Don't even say that, bro. I would rather die than get eaten alive. I'd rather die and then get eaten than be eaten while I'm still alive. Like, oh my god. I don't taste good. I promise. I promise. I don't taste good. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling. Would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it's hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. Can't we get married instead? Tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be increased wages or increased holidays. Princess listens to your argument. Her expression is astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you're finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it's not with remorse for what she's done. Instead, she's laughing. Oh, dear one. That's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. We have a lawyer in the chat. What do you think of this? What do we think of this? Maybe it's a lobster situation. You taste worse when you're already dead. Maybe. Yeah, and I'm like screaming and turning red. That's a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act. And I know what's happening, what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only. A monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? That doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you're a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it's unreasonable. You don't say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That's simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent. And even to me, a monarch. That's why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You've been awfully nice to me, and you're very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. Oh my god, is she gonna make me eat her? Is she gonna force feed herself to me? I think that's even worse than being eaten, actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please don't make me eat human, bro. I think that'll really, truly make me a real vegetarian. I think that'll be the driving force. I think this might be illegal, boss. Quick Google search says not explicitly illegal. Oh my god. Perfectly logical reason to ease it. Yeah, we, because we're so pretty that we must taste good. Princess leans in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushing against your cheeks. You can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it goes against your skin. It's cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse through this... I've read that weird. But the princess's close proximity is, perverse though it might sound, something of comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. This brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. Princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It's warm with the icy chill of the dungeons, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. Oh! There's chewing noises! Ew! Ew! Oh god, she's eating me alive! She's eating me alive! The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. Princess is draining your blood. She's supping on it in great, greedy gobbets like a hungry animal, one which cannot truly comprehend the harm it's causing. Even as the princess subs from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She's far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses that great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love that you never thought you would experience. This love of the princesses eclipses anything you've ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might have once had of right or wrong. Princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You've always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior. The princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. Princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she tips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of her nightgown was white once. Now it's red. There's so much blood you can smell it when you inhale. Sharper than metal. It's so potent you can taste it on your tongue. Try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin. Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Do you accept this fate in yours and rest in peace, or you will try to fight against it? Is it gonna give me a thing? Let me save. I'm scared. Oh. Okay, guys. Should we let ourselves get eaten, or should we try to fight back even though we are chained in the dungeon and she just ripped out my throat? Thoughts? Thoughts? Neither of these sound good at all, actually, but I don't know. What do you guys think? She's retroactively eating herself if you think about it. It's like, I guess she's not feeding herself to me. She's just eating me. We're not even that different. Why? No. Why do they sound like an apple? I know. I don't think human flesh is very crunchy. Like, let me bite my arm. That's not crunchy. It's just squish, cause it's skin, and skin moves. No, not a crime per se, but still a potential health and safety violation. I think cannibalism is a crime, isn't it? Also, you can't eat people because you will get like mad cow disease or something like that. And also just other diseases in general. Try and fix her? Which one is the fixing option? Accepting or fighting? I don't know which one is the fixing option, honestly. We're happy in anyways, no? Hello, Christian, by the way. I don't think I said hello. Welcome. We are half-eaten right now. But maybe we can survive? I don't know. Protagonist seems to have accepted it already. Yeah. I should head to bed first, have fun with the Yuri. Oh, don't put that tongue emoji. Don't put the tongue emoji when I'm actively being eaten. Bye, Zeno. Thanks for stopping by. Happy Valentine's Day. Have a good rest. It's not. The murdering is a crime, though, which happens a lot when you eat someone. If you're eating people, why did you get cow disease? No, I don't know what it's called. But, like, when cows eat, like, cannibalize other cows, they get mad cow disease. Do humans, when they cannibalize other humans, do they get, like, mad human disease or something like that? Do they get diseases from that? Stop. Can you guys answer accept or fight, please? I don't want to choose. I want to put the blame on you guys. If something worse happens, I want to blame you. Come on, kiwopods. Answer or you're gonna be the ones eaten next. Nom, 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 nom. It's a gray area. They can't charge you for voluntarily eating consensually sourced human meat. Oh, Oh god. Consensually sourced. But I feel like all the people who consent to that, maybe they're not right in the head. So maybe they shouldn't be able to do that. How can fighting be worse than accepting, you know? That's true, but maybe she'll get mad at me and torture me as well. But this is already torture. People say it tastes like pork. Oh, don't be disgusting. So you get a poll? Just the woman eat? Okay, I'll do a poll. Accept versus fight. There. Answer, or forever hold your peace. Ho 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 ho. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. A lot of people are saying to accept right now. Whoa. Okay, looks like we're accepting. Looks like we're accepting our fate. Maybe she'll like us more. I don't know. Okay, we're accepting our fate, you guys. What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I don't mind indulging you. That's what I've always done after all from the moment we first met. I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I'll never leave you. You'll never be lonely again. Great. That was kind of underwhelming. I think we can do both. I think we can do both endings. We can try and fight and see what happens. I thought it was gonna go like much longer, but like if I thought about it like with my brain, I would have seen, oh, what was I gonna do? I was just gonna die anyways. Let's see what fighting does. To his girl dinner. Shut up, man. Okay, let's try and fight. That's a good answer. I must admit, I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Oh wow, you got eaten, who would have thought? Yeah, I don't know why I like waited for like 10 minutes to see. Which option should I pick? The illusion of free choice. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you're deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You're destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Oh! Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh! So, my narrator friend, just, what is it called? Like, put me back in time, back to the signpost, so that I don't have to, probably, like, wipe my memory, too. How unusual. Hello, Karma. Hello, Newcomb. We just finished the visual novel. We finished the princess route. She was super kind to me, and she took me in as her maid, and then we slept in the same bed, and then she ate me alive. So how'd you guys like that? Should I do the other ones? But it took almost like 2 hours for like the first one. Time loop, exactly. We've been cursed. We've definitely been cursed. I think no matter which route I go in, I will die. I think I will die no matter what. I think I'm screwed no matter what. Should we do... Okay, here's the kicker. Should I continue this as like a little mini series for next stream? Or should I like have a small intermission and try to finish it all? Because I'm gonna be honest, I haven't eaten lunch yet. So I was gonna eat lunch after this. What could possibly go wrong? Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. She tricked me. That evil mother freaker tricked me. She was all coy. She was like, "Oh, but you're so cute, and oh my gosh, you're so clumsy." And then she put me in a dungeon and she ate me. Whatever. I'd like more karma time. Can't get worse than the cannibalism route. You call it boss. Please eat and rest. Okay. How about this? How about I put the stream on like my BRB screen for like 5 minutes, and then I'll grab something from my kitchen, and then we can do another route. Cause it's also Valentine's Day. I want to spend more time with you guys. That's what I'll do. Okay. So wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me. And then think of I'll eat with you on my Zatsu screen. Okay? 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 Wait for me. Wait for me. If you leave, I'll eat you. Get it? Get it? I'm also gonna leave this creepy music on behind. Oh, let me change this. I want happy Valentine's Day. Boom. Okay. Wait for me. Get something to eat too, and then it can be like we're eating together. Isn't that cute? Okay, grabby. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, you guys waited for me. Thank you. Thank you for waiting for me. That took longer than I thought it would take. Sorry. I looked in my fridge, I'm like, oh crap, I don't have any leftovers. What's the easiest thing I could make? Because I was like planning to cook for myself, and I'm like, I don't want to cook and like leave everyone waiting for like 20 minutes, you know? And so I was like, you know what's super fast and super easy? Ramen. I haven't eaten ramen in maybe like half a year, so it's okay. I can excuse myself for eating unhealthily like this. You know? I can excuse myself. Did you guys get anything to eat while I was gone? Oh yeah, so anyways, I made my ramen. I like the steamed ramen because it's spicy. And I don't like the cup one. So I had to wait for my water to boil and stuff. I don't like cup ramen. I don't think it's yummy. I think it's not yummy at all. So I was like, well, since I'm already boiling water, I can just put an egg in there and it'll be a hard-boiled egg and it'll take the same amount of time as my ramen anyways. So why don't I just do that? So I also have an egg in here. And it's a very nice looking egg, actually. It's like very jammy. I don't usually like jammy eggs, but if it's in the ramen, that's okay. Let me see. Where's my chat? I forgot to have it here. What's for lunch? Ramen. After the cannibalism, I think lunch is fitting. Yeah, well, I can't help it. She was hungry. So she ate me, and I'm hungry too. Maybe after those descriptions, I feel a little bit queasy. But it wasn't that bad. The crunching, it was funny. I can hear my chewing if I don't mute. I don't know if anyone wants unconsensual chewing in their ears. Should I put like a warning? Let me put a text. Oh, can I make it? I'm eating right now. Click off if you don't like chewing in your ear. Because I don't want to have to keep muting. I'm trying to talk. How do I make this smaller? Ugh, too big. That's what she said. Here we go. Boom. Okay. So sorry if you hear my nasty chewing noises. I like chewing noises, so I'm okay with it. But some people like get really upset. It's like, ugh, it's like cringe-inducing, you know? Okay, where's my chat? Let me open it again. No impromptu cooking stream? Sorry, no impromptu cooking stream. Maybe I could do a cooking stream, but like, if I feel like, if you do a cooking stream but no webcam, that's like so like boring. Like not even a hand cam, you know? That's like not very interesting. You have to imagine with your you close your eyes and it's like, oh, the cooking, yes, the cooking. So unfortunately, probably no cooking stream. I'll do the same, yes, and make sure you come back so we can eat together. Nice and cozy game to get hungry too. I didn't get hungry because of the game. I got hungry because it's lunchtime. Trying to be quiet just in case, because I think it's embarrassing, but it might have a little bit of chewing. Valentine, shut up. Gonna ethically source some chocolate to my Valentine in the meanwhile? Whoa, 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 whoa. If you're here on this stream, that means that you accepted to be my Valentine. Where's my chocolate, motherfreaker? Who are you giving chocolate to? And it isn't me. Where I don't see any. I see nothing. Where's my chocolate? Where's my chocolate? What the heck? 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 Share water, the saucy parts of the princess. Surely it'll get warmed up fast. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, and Pamadoko comes back. Pamadoko comes back. I'm back. Is the maid a part of you now? It's cause it's Valentine's Day. It's Valentine's Day, so I wanted to wear something cute. Originally gonna be this 2-piece set. Hold on. It's gonna be this no, wrong toggle. Hello? Mate. It was gonna be with this, but it didn't like really, it doesn't really fit because you can see my clothes in the background. Do you still like it though? Do you still like it though? It's cute, right? But it doesn't fit, so I just kept with the little maid hat. It's not like we missed you or anything. Yeah, it's not like I missed you guys either. It's not like I'm eating here because I want to spend more time with you guys. It's because I was hungry. I'm gonna end after. I don't even care about you guys. Can't talk with my mouth open. I mean, with my mouth full. Oops. Talk with your mouth open? Yeah, yes, that is how you talk. What am I saying? I didn't get anything. I didn't want to miss the moment of your return. Well, I took quite a while, so if you want to get something now, just take me with you. Put me on your phone. Take your computer with you to the kitchen. Take me on a tour of your house. There's just enough time for me to go downstairs and buy some Japanese chocolate for Dera-chan. Who the heck is Dera-chan? What? Why didn't you buy any for me? Why didn't you buy any for me? Wait, that's weird. That's kind of weird. Cute food pics? Oh, I read that late. Well, it's not that cute anyways. You know what's something like kind of like gross about me? When I eat like ramen, I drain out the water because I don't like the soup. I just like the noodles. So it's not that visually appealing. My egg was super visually appealing. But that's already been destroyed. Ramen and eggs is goated. It is goated. It is goated. Super goated. I also cut some green onion on top because I have my cute little plant that I grow. Doing ASMR? Not really any ASMR. My mic's not like good enough to pick up on the small little except for like once in a while you hear trigger warning chewing. Exactly. I just witnessed some traumatic munching in the game. Read the room, stranger. SMH my head. No, we're truly getting immersed. Ramen, if you think about it, it's kind of like entrails. What do you think? What do you think? Misophonia, gang respect. Is that what it's called when you have like, when you don't like chewing noises? Is that what it is? Let me search it up. I'm not doing anything anyways. Misophonia. Exactly. Anger, disgust, or anxiety to specific, often quiet, repetitive sounds like chewing or tapping. Exactly. I don't want to make you guys uncomfortable. I have like this one friend when like sometimes we'll call and like play games or something, and like when I want to eat when I'm watching like a show or something, and then they'll be like, ugh, stop, mute yourself. So I want to do that to my kiwopods. So cute. Be still, my beating heart. No broth. Cause like the broth in like instant ramen, well, it's like, it is instant. It's not cupped, but it's still instant. Even if I boiled it on the stove, it's just water with spices, spice powder, and it's not that good, you know. Oh. Allegedly the correct way to eat ramen. Exactly. I used to eat ramen before, like the plain one, like not spicy, and then I just put like Parmesan cheese on top and treat it as like pasta. So at least I'm putting an egg and some green onion, okay? At least I didn't put Parmesan cheese. I have Parmesan cheese. How'd you eat your pho? I like chicken pho the best, but I'll also eat like a beef one. What I do, I just drink the soup and I eat the noodles, but I won't eat the chicken inside. I like the chicken because of the broth of the chicken, but I don't want to eat the actual chicken, you know? And then if it's a beef one, I do the same, but I don't like the meat. Like eating the meat as well. Oh, what else? I also, like, sometimes, like, restaurants have, like, a vegetarian pho. I've tried those before. They're okay. Then I'll eat the vegetables there, too. And then, of course, you have to add your... What is it called? Is it soybean? No. No, it's not string bean. What's the name of that vegetable? And it's like this super long, skinny, white thing. Bean sprouts. You put bean sprouts, and then you put like you put lime. I love lime. I put like 3 of them. I'm kidding. I put like half a lime or 1 lime. And then like all the greens. And it's very yummy. And if I'm feeling spicy, I put sriracha. Instantly, yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like real ramen that much. My ranking is like instant ramen that you boil on a stove, number 1. Then it's real ramen, and then last is cup ramen. I don't know. I didn't like it too much. I've tried before. I went to Japan with my dad, and he wanted to try out these, those ramen restaurants. So then what he did, he like ordered a bowl, and then he ordered like a second little helping of like noodles and put a little bit of broth in it, and he gave it to me because I didn't want to drink the broth because I didn't really like it. But I like the noodles-ish. Mm. Eating fancy, we see. Yeah, I'm so fancy. I'm so fancy. I'm so fancy. Nobody know. Or like wet hair. Ramen is not like wet hair. That's like too thick. I don't know. I don't know what you can compare ramen to in the body. One nice way to make instant ramen is simply crack an egg over the piping hot noodles and mix it. Mmm, that sounds interesting. But honestly, I don't really like runny eggs. Like this one, it's jammy, so that's okay, but I don't really like runny. Japanese friend Tommy once never went back. But that's very interesting. I've never heard of that. That's very cool. That's very cool. Love bean sprouts. I love bean sprouts. I love bean sprouts. They're so yummy. They're so yummy. Oh. Okay, I'm almost done. I'm like 2 bites away, and then we can play the game. I'm also drinking water. Water. So what else is new? Do you guys have any other plans for Valentine's Day other than being here with me? Are you guys cheating on me, or are you guys being faithful? Well, if you're already here, then you can't cheat on me that much. But, you know. What are you guys doing today? Your thoughts on udon? I like udon noodles. I like them because they're like big and fat and chewy. I haven't drank the soup in a long time though. I remember liking the noodles though. I think I remember like just eating the noodles and then leaving the broth. And then my mom stopped ordering it for me. She's like, "You're wasting what I freaking gave you." How's your Valentine's Day going? It's going pretty nice. I woke up this morning and I ate like 1 piece of bread with peanut butter and jelly, like in half. So that's why I got hungry. And then later I'm gonna go wash my dog. If you guys remember like my evil horror story, when I went to that like self-serve pet thing, I was like, freak this place, I'm not doing this ever again. So I just bought some shampoo for white fur, and I'm gonna shower her in my shower instead. So because she kind of stinks, so I'm gonna that's my Valentine's Day plan. Yeah, that's what I'm planning to do. And then also do my homework. So very, very sad. Sad Valentine's Day. Sad Valentine's Day. Nope, not sad at all, because I'm with you guys. Drinking more beers to forget. No, if you drink too much, then you're gonna forget about me too. Is this not a true Valentine's Day? Come on, you guys. Come on, you guys. What kind of beer do you guys drink? I don't really like beer because I think it tastes like piss. I think it tastes like actually disgusting. But at the same time, I don't really like any kind of alcohol. I tried this with my mom, like, recently. She says, like, oh my god, this is my favorite. It's this, like, it's like a Bailey's Irish cream. I don't know anything about alcohol, so I don't know what that is. Apparently, it's, like, a whiskey that has, like, Irish cream mixed with it. And you like, either drink it, like, on ice or, like, with ice cream. And she had ice cream, so we decided to try. And I was like, ugh, I don't really like it. I took like 5 sips and then I was like, oh my head. So I am very weak to alcohol, actually. Because I don't drink it, obviously. But I feel like everything kind of tastes the same after a while, no? I haven't found a single alcohol that I was like, oh wow, this is so yummy. Going to play a game with a buddy later. Ooh, have fun! Have fun playing a game with your buddy. That's your, like, pseudo-Valentine, bruh. What are those fingers for, Tara? What are those fingers for? Suspicious, suspicious, suspicious. It's already 9 p.m. here, so not too much to do. Ooh, what time? Well, don't dox yourself. Don't dox yourself. 9 p.m. That's not. Is that maybe Europe time zone? Europe time zone? Perhaps, perhaps. Make sure to go rest and sleep soon. I don't know how you sleep. Maybe you're an insomniac. Sorry, I assumed. I'm sorry. Let me put my plate away because I finished eating. Oh, give me a second. Okay, I'll put my dish in the sink. Put my dish in the sink. Oh, I feel so full. Ugh. I don't know. I feel like every time I eat, like, ramen or something, like, unhealthy, I feel, like, a little bit ill. I try my best to be healthy. But that's, like, the side effect. That when I do eat something unhealthy, it makes me... Oh. Might go to an Okinawan restaurant later. Ooh, have fun, have fun. Very yummy, very yummy. Gotta bathe the cats this Carnival week holiday as well. Oh my god, it is Carnival in Brazil, isn't it? Is anyone going? I know there's at least 2 Brazilians here. I know. I know. Yes, we're bathing our pets. It's Friday the 13th lately, so I had to hide the little black one until it's over. Oh my gosh, I have a little black cat. That's very cute, and also very responsible to hide it. Good, good, good. We would never forget you. I don't drink, I'm just gonna play Deep Rock until dinner. What's Deep Rock? Is that like that thing that's galactic or something? Hold on. Deep Rock. Deep Rock Galactic! I was right! Oh my god! I've seen this on Steam. I've never played it though. Well, have fun playing, and I hope you have a good dinner. Not really a beer fan, but any pale ale or dark beer is fine. I see. Maybe I'll have to try. I've heard that like fruity things usually taste good and you can't taste the alcohol or something. Apparently some people can't taste the alcohol. Can't taste the alcohol and what? And that's why they drink beer, because they can't taste it. Well, lucky for them. One of my friends and I were sharing a massive chocolate-sized buzzball. He only tasted chocolate milk, but all I tasted was the alcohol. Yeah, I don't know. I like... My mom was like, "Oh my gosh, this tastes so good. It's like so creamy." And I'm like, "Oh, it tastes like alcohol." Wait, please put my plates away too. Go put your plates away. Put your plates in the sink and then make sure to wash your plates. Or if you have a dishwasher, then put them in the dishwasher. I wish I had a dishwasher. I am the dishwasher. Are you doing anything for Lunar New Year? I am probably going to have dinner with my family? I assume. If not, because they're working, then I will just stream as usual. But I will open my red envelope, so that's very fun. That's very fun. That's very fun. I'm excited. I'm excited. my true love is a red envelope. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Might make burgers for my family. Ooh, that's very nice. I'm sure they would love that. Burger. No carnival plans this year. Just staying with the family. Might count as Lunar New Year plans. I see. I've never been to carnival before. My mom went once. She said it wasn't for her. Cider is the most sweet alcohol can get, I think. I see. Cider. I've never tried cider. I've only drank like apple cider vinegar, and that was not fun. That's vinegar. That's... Dark beer is usually sweet. It's kind of popular amongst those who don't drink too much. I see. I'm learning so much. Alcohol requires discipline. Mouse beer. That sounds German. Beer. Brr. I see. Well, if I ever want to drink, then I guess I'll look into that. Which is the backup plan? No, you guys aren't the backup plan. I'll probably stream on the 17th anyways, because I stream at I stream at 1 p.m. my time. So, my parents and like everybody is still like at work and stuff. So what we'll do, we'll probably just have like a short stream on New Year, or maybe like a Zazu or something, like I don't know. And then yeah. You guys aren't the backup plan. Boop, happy V-Day, comment many hearts. Ran, hello, welcome. Happy Valentine's Day to you too. Okay, enough Datsu. I've finished eating and I've digested most of it. Shall we choose to go to the shore or to the village? What do you guys think? I'll let you guys choose like everything else. Carnivals in Brazil, definitely not for me either. Oh, yeah, it's kind of like overwhelming, I believe. It's fun, but like I'd rather just see it from TV. You're supposed to go to a cosplay. Where's my chat? You're supposed to go to a cosplayer street kind of outing, but plans kind of fell through. Aw, that sucks. Oh well. No. Not going to carnival, not really my thing. Might probably give me poop for not going. I made fun of him. Yeah, I feel like it's a very extrovert heavy thing. And if you guys are watching me, then you're not really the most extroverted people. Turns out cosplayers are horrible at organizing things. Yeah, that's a little bit true. Sure, beach fun time. Okay, beach episode. Ahoy! Perfect idea, perfect idea. It's the beach episode. Beaches and shores. You see, the issue is when it's 40 Celsius hot like it usually is in February, I don't really like doing stuff. I ain't watching it on TV either. I'd rather watch the footballs. 40, I'm an American. I only know Fahrenheit. What's 40 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit? I don't know what that means. Is that hot? What is that, like 100 degrees? 80 degrees? Sorry. Stupid American, guys. Okay, let me get back in my reading mode. Okay. So, you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you've prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you've learnt how to swim. Oh no! Oh no! God dang it, I'm really bad at swimming. We're drowning, bro. We got cannibalized first, next we're drowning. Mark my words. We can safely assume half the stream is Brazilian. I know! It's so weird. How'd you guys... half the stream for half of karma? Get it? Get it? Cause I'm half? Get it? Okay, you follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You're little more than a wisp of a girl, but you've been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending to the out. We have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. He will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You're only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. Ooh, wow. Big cliff. 104? Oh, 104 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty hot. Can it get... I thought, like, the hottest it can be, like, outside is, like, maybe, like, 90 degrees. 104? Won't you start, like... Isn't that, like, more than your body temperature or something like that? I don't know anything. Let me stop talking. I don't know. I don't speak wacky American units. Man, freak you. I love my Fahrenheit, and I love my feet and inches. America! What the freak is a kilometer? You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? Why can I answer that? Did it not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? Where'd the music go? Did I accidentally click something on my... No? What the hell? Oh, never mind. It's still working. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head. Ah, I didn't mean to click that! Round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball, the moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs, which plummet sharply downward to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt, upon escaping the woods, a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale. Then you frown. Now what are you to do? You do not think this plan of yours through very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. There's little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far? You do not know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Just sit down on the floor. Lay down on the sand. Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There's no point in looking south. That is the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there's not a soul here to help you. You're on your own. You feel so overwhelmed you could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself in this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You're not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. Yep, 4 degrees over your ideal body temperature. I see. And that means you've started cooking in that temperature. Love my feet, Kyo Karma. Stop. You know what I meant. Karma loves feet confirmed? No! The feet as in the measurement units. No! The tall grass beneath your shoes as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere? You cannot see any likely looking settlements, but... What is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onward, hope budding anew in your heart until at long last you reach your destination. There's a house after all out here in the wilds, though it doesn't, at a glance, look very welcoming. A solitary house that you've discovered not so far from the cliffs is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat, you cannot imagine it... You cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. Why is it weird to, like, say out loud? You cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in that thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and part of it looks particularly bare. Almost bald. Bald. Bald house. Bald. In my head, Americans use fields divided by eagles as a unit. Yeah, dude, like, in school, they teach you, like, they, like, compare stuff in, like, football fields. They'll be like, oh, 100, is it 100 yards? Okay, I forgot. My comparison is bad, but 1 football field is equivalent to 120 yards. They like, or like, no, 100 yards. Yeah, I learned in like elementary school, they would tell me, oh, 100 yards is equivalent to 1 football field. And I'm like, I've never been on a football field. I don't know what that means. They sometimes divide the football fields in cars or elephants. Very precise stuff. I ever used a yard as a unit of measurement. No, you guys don't use yards? Come on. 3 feet equals a yard, I think. Oh my god, I'm showing that I'm stupid. Okay. I said American and I'm getting everything wrong. Okay, ignore that. I don't know if it is or not. Nothing more precise than an elephant, of course. Elephants aren't even from America. Why would we use those? We'd probably use, like, bears or something. Bears are very American. No? Now imagine the chaos if an NFL randomly decides to change the length of a field. No, they can't do that. Curiously, the only time Brazilians measure things in football fields is when talking about deforestation. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Well, that just goes to show, right? Wow, the differences in our countries are so awesome, guys. Deforestation is America, let's go! That's rather concerning. Should it rain, you would not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter, really, when there's nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is with a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Oh, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Speaking of salty and sea, I've been going to this... Not going to this. I went to this, like, ice cream shop that's, like, next to my house twice. And I've discovered my favorite flavor that they offer. This vanilla with caramel and like sea salt caramel or something like that, or caramel sea salt. Anyways, yeah, that's all because it said salty sea. Okay, next. Okay. Then you wrap the knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait for a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you, as if by magic. It feels almost as if this was preordained. Step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see, given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as home as one can be, I suppose. In a small, cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. Close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing, I agree. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Me. I've never consumed sea salt ice cream. It's not sea salt ice cream. It's caramel sea salt. And then it has vanilla ice cream, like, with it. It's not like salted ice cream. It's like salted caramel on ice cream, you know? Mixed in the ice cream. I don't know how to describe it. Black vanilla. Oops, I did not mean to do that. I skipped it. Then you begin to dream. Black vanilla and cherry might be my favorite lately. There's this Argentinian place near my parents that's simply divine. I've never tried that. Black vanilla. That sounds yummy. I love vanilla. And cherry. Cherries are always good. I have some cherries in my fridge right now. What is even the taste of sea salt? Salty? It's salty? I don't know. It's salted caramel is so good. Yeah, exactly. It's so yummy. It's like caramel, which is like sugar and like chewy-ish, sticky chewy kind of thing. And then you put a little bit of salt on it. It's like, have you ever had like brownies and then you sprinkle a little bit of salt on it, or like chocolate chip cookies and you put a little bit of salt? It's just like that, but you put it on the caramel instead. And then you have I've lost my train of thought. Tastes like salt, but more expensive? No, it just tastes like salt that comes from the sea, from the ocean, and not from like other salt ores. I shouldn't be talking on things I don't know about, honestly. But if it's from the sea, like, you know how oceans are salty, and that gets on like, it sprays like on the rocks and it's in the water and stuff. It's like the salt from the ocean as opposed to not from the ocean. Okay, let me stop. I don't know. It's not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who is it to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Will that make your nighttime fancies, then, a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls. Isn't that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Blech. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious. In your dreams, you are at the conservatoire with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed, so as to not look at the faces of your passing classmates. You don't want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as to not to draw their attention, but alas, it is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They're staring at you. They're laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She's acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? Cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curled around you Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knees still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. Girl's hands are on your shoulders. She's laughing at you. Then she's pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is all of a sudden very loud. Is it basin or basin? It's basin, isn't it? Freak. It's overwhelming. It surrounds you, then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rush of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then, no, you do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past, where the past ought to remain. You're never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is that determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from a lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes, you glance about. It is so dark inside your cottage. The sky visible from beyond the window splashed, still with stars. How long were you asleep? You were not sure. Your dream was so very detailed. It really did feel that you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you could taste rank, foetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expected to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You're very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, and then stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky, and to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that's not all. What's that sound? Why, it's almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, not even the individual syllables, but there's a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a Why am I reading so poorly right now? Hello? Okay. The song is a melancholy, one which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally? That is another matter altogether. You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers. The door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in the moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clench into fists by your side, and you step out into the unknown. Water, yes, not intentionally. I don't think anyone would want to intentionally drink seawater. Seawater is effing disgusting, and it's salty, and it has like so many gross things in it. Isn't every sea salt sea salt? No, there's like the ones from the rocks. No? Yes and no? Oh, I forgot about mountain salt, Himalayan pink salt and friends. Yeah, exactly. The rocks. The Himalayan pinks. Yeah, exactly. Assorted karma noises, as opposed to assorted chocolate box. This is me hinting that I'm gonna buy myself chocolate or something. I don't know. You canvas the. You. Canvas? Well, how do you pronounce this? Canvas. My vocabulary isn't that good. Need to read more. Canvas the cliff face, led by nothing more than that luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice. As it hangs on the breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. It's a siren. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs where they drop downward into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it, echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down on the shore, which seems to be a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. Jesus Christ, you're gonna go off the cliff just for the singing? You are not any better than those stupid sailormen, bruh. These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. A cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful, it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder during your descent if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that's what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. It can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last your feet meet the shoreline below. Wow, pretty. You've made it, and you do not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers. They feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. Ah! Didn't mean to click that. At least it's still attached to your bones, where it ought to be. Your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. What are they trying to say? Everything's where it should be, and your organs are still inside your body, as opposed to when I got eaten and they weren't. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulls you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore, on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while, the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, then recede shyly, pushing and pulling by the bleached white moon which pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you've seen in your library books were all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It's so light at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though, and its depths are even more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to squash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Whoa, zooey mama! Sorry. Hello, nurse! You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then at long last you see her. There's a woman sitting on a rock, out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed, and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She's singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her like a shroud, which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Ooh, doll mention again. She wants me. Come a P.O. box when? Maybe future. The closest thing to a P.O. box would be like my throne. When you guys, there's like the surprise gifts, but maybe I'll do, but P.O. box, it'll still need to be like near me, because even if it's not my address, I'll still be telling you like exactly what city I'm in. No? I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Island looks like a Myst screenshot. What's Myst? Is that a game? I think they're using some like, I don't know, like royalty-free backgrounds. Other than these art things, like for like the, I don't know. They use like a very realistic photo of a rose. And they just kind of like pixelated and blurred it a little. I don't know. Nothing like having all your organs where they should be, let me tell you. Yeah, we can't take that for granted. We can't take that for granted. We did last time, and look where we ended up then. Oh, wooga. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft, like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender, like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you've ever seen before. It's here and here alone that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you can't help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh my. What voice should I give? The princess had a kind of like, she was kind of like childishy, so I gave her like a higher pitch. Maybe I should give her a more mature voice. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance. It would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. Fishtail's vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing, it feels almost as if though she's looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest, as if by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the outcrop of rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty, she's beautiful. So much so it's almost unnerving. She looks as though she stepped out of the pages of a picture book. More like flopped out. Get it? Because she's a fish? She's simply too perfect to belong in this world. Unless you decide to drive to, say, Vancouver every time you need to check your P.O. box. Yeah, like, you guys don't even know what state I live in. I haven't revealed that yet. So I don't want to tell you guys what city I'm in either. Or what county, or like, the closest post office next to my house. That's kind of crazy, I think. So I think the closest to that will be Throne. Huh? I don't get it. But feel free to send me letters. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't get it. Pretty. She's so pretty. Kara's type is mermaids? Not really. It's just she's so pretty that you can't help yourself, you know? Mermaid tail sounds fishy. Exactly. Perhaps she's some kind of visioning? Hello? Perhaps she's some kind of vision? A waking dream? A hallucination? But no, she's none of those things. Her tail must be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet, regardless. Like those of any fishes one might find in the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They almost seem to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed into a frown, now shift upwards. She's smiling! She's smiling at me. Oh my gosh! She's smiling with her teeth. That's so cute! That's so cute! Then she says in a refined sort of voice. Okay, hold on. Let me get my refined voice ready. My. It really is good to see a human again. Particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, that is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet girlish variety. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I've been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, and nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. Oh, I'm already getting red flags. I'm getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks already. I'm scared. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. No, don't worry, mermaid. It's just that the princess in the castle ate everybody. So that's why there's not a lot of people missing. And apparently there's also like a plague that wiped out her subjects. So that's probably why no one's... It's probably what's going on. Feel free to send me a letter, indefinite buffering. Sorry. I'm gonna try and do something about the Wi-Fi. I really don't know what to do. I really don't know. Like, if it was my computer thing, I could probably try to do something. Maybe, like, the only thing left is to buy better Wi-Fi. Like, I don't know. But that's, like, kind of, like, not really feasible right now. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid to the contrary. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You're still here. Yes, well, I can see that. The mermaid answers with a light laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Oh, it's over. She said the line. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be, at times, you're not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she's hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not one you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you will reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. Tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from a far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It's not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you've only just arrived by the shore and you're unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and those further afield. If there's a village nearby, then you've never set foot in it. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You're still alive. Are you not? You wonder. enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm? Yes, that is true. You are here. I'm grateful, naturally, for your company, although, wistfully the mermaid sighs, I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and of its inhabitants. This makes you wonder, is there a particular person from this village she was close to? So you were able to work that much out? The mermaid answers, with a small smile. You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You could never get your head around all the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she's not here. None of them are here. It's just you now, and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her it was nothing more than a lucky guess. Or a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You're quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. Whoa, detective! How very clever you are! There are many humans in this world, that I know. The human who spoke with me— oh, oops, wrong voice. There are many humans in this world, that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. I did not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who lived in the ocean all my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew, through our continued encounters, that she meant no ill will. She did not even have a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid spoke of her friend makes you feel, for a brief moment, a flicker of some ugly primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you've never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have, for many years, been woefully alone. But you're not alone now. You're with the mermaid, and she's with you, and though she might be preferring the company of an industrious farmhand is not here. Yeah! Oh yeah, we're aiming to be the rebound. Where'd she go? Oh, if only I knew. She simply disappeared one day, almost as if she'd been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is strange. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently, both above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons and for your months and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days. Not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My. Nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs a soft tinkling sound like that of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You always had a thirst for knowledge. Not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories people with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever good at. Oh, oops. Are you streaming from a cable connection? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know what streaming from a cable connection means. Like, am I connected to anything? Like, with a wire? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Again, it's hard for me to quantify, but to put in terms a human like you can understand. I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? Maybe your farmhand just died of old age then. Ethernet versus Wi-Fi? Simply plugging in an Ethernet cable to your router can drastically improve connection. Ethernet? So then, like, basically, like, putting a cable in the router and then connecting it to my computer, you mean? Is that what I should do? Do I have to buy an Ethernet cable? I can probably do that if it's not too expensive. My router's in the kitchen, though. It's quite a surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You've been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. But it's one more to add to the pile. Exactly, okay. Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you. I've not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it's been but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I've experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I'm asking for an impossibility. I've been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness over this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid, once more, that you cannot help her. You're only a traveler, after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought she might say that. It's quite unfortunate, but oh well. I ought not to reflect upon all that I'm missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I'm sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is I do have. Her little smile with her teeth is so cute. This is how I got eaten last time, I'm gonna be honest. I was like, aww, and then, I still have my long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord. And of course I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, before my absence is noticed. But will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she's been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in a lower esteem than a farmhand of all things makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl that might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It's the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I've been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not, no. I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You're not callous and unfeeling, like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You're much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the mermaid was aware of how petty you are, and how jealous, would she still care for you? Well, that's neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaid come sundown the following night, then make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliffs into the cottage which you've purloined as your own. Once indoors, settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant roiling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after a midnight encounter of a Moorish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where's all that gone? You don't think you're being a bit complacent? No? Oh, well. You will. Oh. Narrator's threatening. We must protect her smile. Yes, even if she's like, I can only smile if you kill yourself for me. Please. Oh, God. I noticed the MC does not like poor peasants. I know. She was like, when she went to the castle, she's like, I don't want to be with dirty peasants. And then this time she's like, a lowly farmhand. Disgusting. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It's not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it's not raining. That's some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glancing above the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There is broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you'll have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach, an actual fact which roused you from your slumber. Hold on, do you think I can, lay down on my bed and just stream from my bed? Because my chair's so effing uncomfortable, bruh. Hold on. I've already eaten on stream. What else can I scuff up today? Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did those were forbidden words. Why did I say that? I said, what else can I scuff up today? And I spilled water all over my computer. Oh my god, kill me. Oh my god. Kill me. Hold on. They're like, what else can you scuff up today? Bet. Everything on my tab! Freak! Freak my life! Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I was making a big fat mess on the desk. Let me get another towel. At least it didn't get into the, like, you know, the inside parts where you put in the cables or whatever. Small victory. Ugh! Ah! How did I even have this much water? It's like taking up the entire... Okay. Dry. Bruh, 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 bruh. Is this stream god telling me, don't you dare lay down, you lazy mother freaker? Well, I want to. I want to lay down. I'm streaming from my bed. Do you guys like this? See? See? It just means I can lean back, because my chair, it doesn't have anything you can lean back with. Now it's starting to like slump and stuff. Okay. There we go. See? See? And it's okay, because I don't need to be next to my computer to read. I just need to have the mouse in my hand. Okay. Do I sound okay? Do I sound okay? Can you still hear me if I'm like further? We love a scuff stream. Of course you guys do. Scuff is the charm. BRB, that's okay. Come back whenever. Sleeping stream, let's go. Exactly. See? Remember you guys were asking for a sleeping stream earlier? This is it. This is it. Hold on, I gotta make this full screen because now I can't see it. Does it still show up? Yes, it does. Okay. For your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the gray clouds which choke the sky. You're not thinking of your own physical discomforts. Sound great? Okay, good. You're dwelling instead upon the events of the night prior. Cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior had dispersed. Cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall, so you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some way of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after your exertions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. That's what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you're going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings led you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder how you're able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You're rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. You're surprisingly capricious for a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop of the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death into darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. This is a narrator. Really? Okay. Gotta go make dinner, may or not be back. Ooh, okay. Have fun making your burgers. If you do come back... Well, no. If I'm still streaming when you're back... I don't think I will, actually. I think we'll end after this one. Because my voice is killing itself a little bit. Yes, if I don't see you again, have a good rest of your night and enjoy your dinner. And thanks for coming, and happy Valentine's Day. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manner of curious flora. Ooh. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or, you think, with a flush of pleasure, fair hair of the mermaid, whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for the minor discomfort. You've just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You're sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolor that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again, and when you see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are glowing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily in between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make your mermaid a diadem, something she will be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She's so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work, slow and steadfast, until the sun shines. Oh, as the weak sun shines. Takes time, but you're eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly. If indeed she really does exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you're so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you're less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. Maybe I'm gonna die of starvation, maybe. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged. You're assuaged? You return to the cottage, where you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage, other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor. Occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, which you might have, with which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire, so that you might ward off the cold. Time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you really trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There's a single, solitary voice outdoors, tempest tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder? Did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Buoyed, as if by a gentle breeze, you hurried to the door. With trembling fingers, though trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle, then turn it. And you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs, as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Every step you take, every move you make. I don't know how the song goes. I'll be watching you. Your soul still aches from your expedition the day prior, but you're able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. Oh my gosh. That's weird. Is she doing some, like, mermaid song? Mermaid charm on me or something? You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in your attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance that you very nearly fall. It's a good thing you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock whereat you last saw the mermaid. She's not doing nothing, you're just simping. Stop! What do you mean? What do you mean? She's singing. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn about her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing, and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So you return to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or perhaps I should say, heroine. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. Is it heroine? Heroine or heroine? I don't know how to pronounce it. I've been pronouncing it as heroin, like the drug. Like the thing you inject. You don't even think of yourself as heroine. Heroine? This sounds weird. If a story were made about you, you'd rather think you'd be a supporting character, one without her own voice. You're not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She's staring at you delightedly, as though you're the only person in the world she most wishes to speak to. Herobrine, shut up. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. Two very different things. Yeah, but... But I don't know how to pronounce it. They look like they're pronounced the same, no? You tell the mermaid that you do not think you're so very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scale those cliffs. I thought that was very heroic. Heroine. Heroic. Hero. Heroine. This is what happens when I read the words, but I never find out how to pronounce them when I say it out loud. Oh, so she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You've never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before a being as poised and perfect as the mermaid, it stings a little bit. More, in fact, than the resulting grazes on your palms your clumsiness wrought you. You tell the mermaid that there is nothing so very heroic about all of that. You're simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking. Well, that makes the two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I'd noted that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you reply, with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. I called out to you. And that was the general idea. I was singing to you. She was? You do not think you are worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song. It was very beautiful. And tell her, before you can lose your nerve, that you have prepared a present for her, too. Oh, have you really? You have. It's a small thing. Sorry. Nothing more than a silly trinket, but if it would not be too much of an imposition, then... Clumsy fingers, you reach into your pocket. For a few moments, you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it. But your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made with only a few flowers, and was held firmly against the odds. You handle the chain with great care, all the same. However, as though you hold it out... Why'd I read it so weird? You handle the chain with great care all the same. However, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you've begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly. So much so, it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have half a mind, as the seconds elapse, to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upward into a smile, and in a voice so full of gratitude, it makes your heart throb. She says, "Oh my! Did you make this for me?" "Well, yes," you reply, still feeling a little flustered. "I saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her." "Not," you hasten to add, "that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They are far inferior when contrasted with their good looks." Holy simp! You simply thought you were unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must have heard how your voice is trembling. Hold on, what? I can't read the chat because I'm too far. The way the mermaid is acting and the main character talking about her tells you that the heartbreak gonna make the main character the chair rope combo. Yeah, maybe she will kill herself. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting theory, because there's definitely no good endings in this game. It was cute before. We were having a great time with our princess. And then she ate us. I don't know if this one she's lying. Like how the princess lied. She's like, oh, the minister sent them all away. I don't know if she's like lying and being like, oh, I don't know where she went. And she did something, or if she really doesn't know. But she, like, her song and her, like, mermaid ways influenced her some way to do something bad. Because you noticed how we went down a freaking cliff, like, with, like, no regard for our health, like, at all. Suspicious. I'm suspicious of everything. Ever since I got freaking eaten. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint heart never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all of your confidence? Sorry. I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it really is pretty. You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say, very quietly, that you're glad that she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious, because she smiles. Prey? I am not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spy out platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Maybe her siren song influences you to be like super honest or something, like, and that's why our protagonist like leapt from the freaking cliff because, oh, I want to see that it got like amplified to be like, oh, I need to see her no matter what because she's so beautiful or something. I don't know. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited. Oh, you blush at this more deeply still and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it? Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny. What with all your second guessing? She was like that too in the beginning. Stop comparing me to your ex-girlfriend. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes, her friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know? Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there, where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures with one hand to the cliffs, which tower above the shore, tall and imposing, as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. Oh, stop comparing me to your ex-girlfriend. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid's beautiful. She's so very beautiful, like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious, or more irreligious maybe, you might even consider worshipping her. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think your idea was an original one. I mean, I might be accustomed to gifts, but it's been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I'm truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on her rock so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your glyph more closely, I rather think it is of a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now that's enough to make you start, as if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon rent the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. The mermaid's not over her ex. She's not over her ex, bro. Did you kill your ex too? I don't even know. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy. But it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while other girls giggled at you and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now, the mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long, fair hair, and surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? Oh my god, she's— Aww! You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though that is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite as this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer, with a nod of your head. This is why you picked those flowers. She's all you've been able to think of. I'm glad that you've been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking of you. Though I did not wish to say as much, I didn't mean to clap. Now you know how it feels to be someone's second choice. It's the worst. It's the worst. Stop comparing me. Hello, dog. Oh, hello, my baby. Oh, No. No. It would be embarrassing to confess for how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you do not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious! That you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her for very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She's such an easy conversationalist, the time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she's so pretty. I've heard it, yes, though my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes, I rather think I pity you. Did you get to cut off my legs? I hope not. The surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean, I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed, but there are some perks to having legs, an agreement from which makes the mermaid giggle. I'm certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's— Oh, oops. I'm certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you've never tried it? You shake your head, no. You've never thought to do so, largely because you've never been so close to the sea before, not in all your life. You did not have much opportunity for a nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere then, save the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that's a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift, fashioned from flowers from which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Ooh, yes, get me something from the ocean. Yes, that's right. It would only seem fitting that I gave you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange. Oh, yes, cute. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift after all, because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than friendship, that is. Your conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presentation. Oop, what? You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises one eyebrow. Even this gesture is performed elegantly. Then says, "My company is all it takes." All it takes to satisfy you. Then you are easy to please indeed. But please do not rebuff me. I'm offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur, if she really doesn't mind. Oh, if you insist. Ouch, my headphones. I kicked them off my head. Because I'm trying to get the blanket. Of course I do not mind. Now, wait here. I will not be very long. I'd be rather rude to abandon my new friends in the midst of a conversation. The mermaid turns her attentions toward the clear, mirror-like water, which light. Then she dives. Boom! Her body arches elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. Oh my gosh, have you guys seen those videos of like fish going super close to the surface but not breaking through the surface, so it just looks like super scary? The mermaid's face is submerged. Oh no, the mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it's been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid's gone, but you're still here. Well, now what are you to do? There's nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water lap against the shore. Fish are cute. Fish are cute. I like fish, but they're kind of scary when they're big. Generally, yeah. Like, most fish are cute. Some fish are scary. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there fretfully, feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You're starting to worry. Is that all you do? Ugh! When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat. The water's rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of her body strength, then smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I didn't make you worry. You were worrying, but you're not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are, in actuality, very sincere. They're much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that's why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you were not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. Ah. The mermaid's willier than you are giving her credit for. She's seen straight through you, and she saw you lie to her face. What, well? But no matter. It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve you, a gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forward and holds her gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl it, like the petals of a flower being folded back, and... Oh! It's a shell! Thank you! Ooh, what a pretty gift it is. You know what this reminds me of? Seeing this, like, particular kind of shell, it reminds me of those Belgian chocolate shells. But they're shaped like this, and some other shells. Like the swirl one, and a seahorse and stuff like that. Those were good. Those are yummy. Oh, what a pretty gift it is. The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object which glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She's fished from the depths of the water, a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. It's a bad habit, you know. You'll make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Sorry. They're so good. Yes, right? They're so good. I don't know what they're made of. I feel like they have, like, maybe like a hazelnut or some kind of, like, nut kind of, like, mixed with a chocolate. Oh, let me search. What are they called? I can't search it up. I'm too far from my keyboard. Can you tell? Do you know what they're called? If not, I'll just Google later. Belgian shell-shaped chocolates. Of course not. I want you to have the shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? I thought it should be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Oh! Did she just call you lovely? Oh my god, she's flirting with me. She's flirting with me. Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It's an awful lot for you to take in, but... Now, why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite a shame. Waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you're pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. Huh, sorry, the yawns are back, There's something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when your looks are so immediately, obviously superior? Oh, I have no idea, Lamel. That's okay. I'll search it up later. I don't know if I can even get it, like, easily, like, at all in America. It might be only Europe. Boo, boo. Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you're not that pretty, not really. But you fear that you might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for it then, but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths from you. You do not think you're worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that's a surprise. Why did I say it weird? Okay. Now that's a surprise, the mermaid says, amused, as you reach for the shell. I did not think you'd be so bold enough to take it. Not without more coaxing on my... coaxing? On my part. You exceeded expectations. What a good girl you are. Oh, she's gonna kill me. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling hands brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts. There's a pleasure in the pain. Oh my god, okay. Freakazoid. Freak-a-leak. Freak alert. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a irregular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then very softly you thank her. It's quite alright. It seems only fair after you shared a part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend beyond the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. They're far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom, where we might be together. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs, and she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. I'm worried. It's getting too good to be true, you know? It's like the calm before the storm. It's like the carrot before the stick, actually. Goily and chocolates, that's the one I was thinking of. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I'm finally home after that long walk now for full Karmatines. Full-time Karmatines. Welcome back, Gran. This is... I hope there's at least one good ending. Days pass following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintances with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best you can by going for long, bracing walks amidst the feather. The feather? No. Amidst the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You even, when you mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line uncovered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. You take up your rod. You find you're able to catch the odd fish here and there. Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. Rudimentary. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you've captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day. The faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights comparatively are made of magic. It was only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You've never before had anybody who took such great an interest in you. Not until you met the mermaid. That's why she's grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you've ever had. But if you did not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You only want to show the mermaid how much you value her, and you hope within time that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will still stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That's your plan, at least. plan. Rebound, take over. Mermaid wub, yes. Tuna back on the menu, girls. The moon's gonna make her a merwolf. Oh my god. Maybe she's nocturnal. She only shows up at night, which is strange. Or maybe she's like a mermaid princess and she's sneaking out at night, just like how I'm sneaking out at night. Tuna back on the menu. Oh my god, man. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to go closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like thread. You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she, yours. She must have, for it's not long after you bequeath your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you and posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I've sat on the shore for many, many nights hence, but you've seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know the world that you inhabit, and while you know so little of my own. She's luring me under the water. She's luring me under the water. She does this to everybody. The sirens song, and she lures the sailors to join her under the water, and they drown, and she eats them. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, simp girl. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There's so much that I wish to show you. Sights that I cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communication of experiences such as this. It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple enough request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so she may call you her... She might... What? What? Why did I read that? Oh. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she may show you her home. You're flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. But after this flutter of flattery comes that uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You're a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. Under the sea. Don't go in the water! Wait, bequeaths for a funeral, dear. The sippy's gonna kill her again. You frown, and mistrustfully you look at the ocean. It's late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You're a little afraid of the sea. It's so restless, so deep, so all-consuming. It reminds you of an angry monster. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You've never had company. You do not even know how to swim. You're fearful of your own safety, should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of water, but do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She's still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You're still afraid, but the mermaid's assurance does help. Reassurance. Oh my god, I'm falling asleep. We're gonna finish this. I'm sure I'm gonna wake up as soon as I get like a giant shock to my system. about the evil things she's about to do to me, and then we're ending. Sorry, I like reading on like autopilot. It didn't process anything in my brain. Maybe laying down on my bed was a bad idea. Let me get in an uncomfortable position. Okay. Here's a real stumper. Here's a real stumper, which is worse better. Mermaid or Rasuka? Who is Rasuka? I don't know who that is. And I don't know yet. Right now, Princess is on the worst of the worst. Cause she ate me alive. Mermaid, it looks like she's just trying to drag me down with her. But she's also not human, so that's pretty like normal, you know? I don't know. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? You trust her not to break her word. Too comfy for stream? Yeah, I know. I needed to like get up. I need to get up because I'm falling asleep. And I have like her soft singing in my ears. This BGM, it's so like come on. Wake up! I'm awake. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish. Of that you're certain. And that is why, despite all your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that's what she wants, then you'll accompany her. You're interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface out of sight. No, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. I'll endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you've ever experienced. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. Ocean's depths might be dark, but I'll not let you get away from me, I promise. The mermaid extends her hands towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight, just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that, for a few moments, you cannot do anything, neither step towards her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted in the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arms shaking like the skinny bow of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hands with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own. Her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You did not think, if she willed it, that you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. Now let us be on our way. There's so much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, wondering which you allow yourself to stand there, with your hand claimed by the mermaids as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so that you could choke on it. It's not a particularly pleasant smell, but you've grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It's nostalgic almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions that you might never be able to smell the salt in the air like this. It's just a silly supposition, though. You're being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forwards, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. Oh, it's over. I'm dead. Rasuka is the Russian version of a mermaid, but they just full-on naked women who drag men to drown. I see. But aren't they both mermaids? And she's dragging me, and I'm probably gonna drown, so... I'm back. Welcome back! The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold, it's freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You've already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it's your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro, as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It's a curious feeling, but it's not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold here beneath the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It's dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not yet ventured so very far, not yet at least, that the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear, instead, to your fairy tale-addled mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. You're pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You've never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson. But that feels like a very long time ago now. You'd far rather think on your present than dwell upon the past. The seconds passed, and as they do, the mermaid continued to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. Well, once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could slice through the waves, now it's so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. You've descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety, too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering, despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. There's so much water down here at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body's far less sophisticated than yours, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continuous strength, not salt water. It's happening, guys. It's happening. Look at her. She doesn't even care, bruh. Aww. She's gonna kill me. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. Do not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You've been under the water for too long, and it is too cold, and it's so dark now in any event you cannot see much of anything. The joy once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you going to communicate this to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she's not looking at you. She's staring instead fixedly at something beyond your comprehension. Something far away, perhaps, in the underwater gloom you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will grow too carried away in her endeavors, and that she ought to curl you. What? And that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken, as you had hoped from your wrist. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It feels as though she's gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? I wonder why. I wonder why. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. No, Rasuk has no fish parts, just a slightly green naked woman. Oh, I see, I see. So it's just some kind of woman that drags people to... I see, I see, I see, I see. Well, it's a mermaid here. It reminds me of a kelpie. What are some more interesting mermaid facts? Wasn't it like that sailors mistook manatees as mermaids? Isn't that where the mermaid legend came from? No? She's so happy about it. Look at that face. Look at that stupid face as she tries to kill me. Whatever. You tap on the mermaid's shoulders to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says, in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one, what is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you're a human girl, not fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught, save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, and then says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, so I've heard, of drowning. Not that I've ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I'm incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What was that? What do you mean, what was that? You're drowning. She's drowning you. She's drowning you. What could she mean? I mean, the mermaid answers, can she read minds? And this was a calculated act upon my part. Forgive me, dear one. But the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough, and you will die. It's not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I'll take very good care of it, I promise. In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she's laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You'd like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of just transcribing your dying pleas. Okay, let's save, just in case she asks. The narrator is like, "Oh, do you wanna fight back, or do you wanna die?" I doubt they would be particularly interesting. If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you. Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring about your watery murder. Cold fish's heart. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her. I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not look much alike. You do not act very alike either. But you're both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short, and you are so susceptible to so many different... to so very many diseases is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, and I am far sturdier, I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that, if I were as fragile as you were, I would not be able to exist in this world. I'd be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as you can see your own death looming before you. It's not so very far away now. You feel it coming closer and closer and closing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? Does not make very much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense to me, at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I cannot help but wonder how it came about. But there were so many possibilities I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. That's why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There, we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I'll brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It'll be lovely. Much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you may be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you'll never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You'll be quite safe, I promise. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead, too. When you're out at sea that long, even the manatees look good. Yeah, it's also because manatees looked so strange to them. They're like, whoa, what, that looks weird. It looks kind of human-y. Well, yes, that's the only unfortunate aspect to my plan. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all, but perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and far away now. Your body's beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It's a necessary sacrifice, though, if we are to be happy. I'm doing this, you know, for both our sakes. I do apologize for tricking you, but please, try to understand. I really have been lonely. You'd be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering in your inevitable demise. But you're too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They're beginning to ache. Perhaps you're crying. You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You've been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. It's a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker still. Unpleasant and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly around your arm. Is the mermaid a necrophile, bro? She might be. She wants to keep my dead body. She's gonna like she's killing me so she can preserve my dead body to keep me safe from dying on the land where she won't know what happened to me. And it's not even because of me, it's because I remind her of her dead girlfriend. Man, freak you. Man, freak you. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I am sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. You'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or you'll try to fight against it? Okay. Let's die, and then we'll fight. Oh, look at all the cute little fish. Look at that. Aw. Yeah, eek. Like how you saw a mouse suddenly. I see. Longest 3 minutes in recorded history. Literally, I've died like 10 times already. by the time it took everyone to finish their stupid monologue. Okay, let's drown. Boom. That's just a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss for me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you're well aware of what terrible series of decisions you've made. There's no need for me to belabor at the point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you, so instead I think I'll content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to cassette you? I know I've said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you are at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. With the fishies. Let's die. Except the mermaid embrace, yep. So, that ending, I like immediately die. And then here, let's fight. Let's fight. Ah, I like that look on your face. It is a look full of determination. The self-same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you're not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way, after all, to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliche. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Boom! Okay. Okay. I think I will end here, because it's been 5 hours. And we even have like a brief, like lunch break in the middle of it. I think there's 2 more endings left to the game, if I am assuming correctly. Oh wait, there might be a lot more. No, I don't know how many endings there are. I think there's the ending. First, I need to do the one with the village girl. Like here. So I need to do the route with the village girl. And then I think it'll be like after I do all of these, it'll be like a secret one with the narrator. I don't know, but I think so, right? Because the narrator has been talking to us the whole time, like, and like insinuating stuff like, oh, we know what you did, and we still don't know like who we've been running for. I bet we've been running from the narrator, and the narrator's like magic or something, you know? So what I'll do, we will play more of this next time, okay? Because it's interesting and I want to see how it ends. Hold on, well, I already saved, so it's okay. Let me go to my Zatu screen. Ugh, and let me go back on my desk instead of on my bed. Hold on. Whoa, my face looks creepy. That's my dog. That's my dog. Oh my god. My computer's not facing me. The thing that's moving my doll right now is my dog. Do you see that? Why is there face tracking on my dog? Okay, stop. No. No, it's me. It's me. Ugh. Where's my microphone? My microphone's right here. Hello, doggy. Did you hear that? That was so cute. Is there a Minotaur lady? Yes or yes? I don't think so. I think it's only another human. I think everyone's human. I think the only non-human one was the mermaid. Happy Valentine's. Yes, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Happy Hearts Day, exactly. Happy Hearts and Hooves Day. Get it? That's a My Little Pony reference. Doggo tuber, dog VTuber. I don't know how does that like, how does that even capture the face? It's like, cause it has eyes and a mouth. Ugh, I'm not drinking that water. That's the water that's spilled everywhere. Let me close this. Quit. Let me put my BGM back. Thank you guys for spending Valentine's Day with me. I had so much fun. We had a bit of a longer stream today, and I even, instead of ending, ate lunch with you guys because I didn't want to end. Dog, stop it. So it was really fun. It was really fun. And I'm glad that so many of you guys liked the super cute art that I got for Valentine's Day in particular. It's the one that's pinned in my chat right now, by the way. Art made by Risu. Super cute. And then I added in the background, and like I drew those little kiwopods, those like little multicolored kiwopods. Aren't they so cute? And that's it. And then I wrote Happy Valentine's Day. I'm happy to celebrate with you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's so cute, thank you. Right, it's so cute. It's so cute. Well, it's pretty late now. It's 6 p.m. for me, my time. So I'm gonna go bathe my dog and do my homework. I know a lot of you guys are gonna go eat dinner and hang out with your friends for Valentine's Day. So have a good time, okay? Have a good time. Thanks for celebrating with me, and thank you all for being my Valentine. Mwah. Sad, I only got bits of the, got bits and end, but still, no, it's okay. Thanks for joining. It was fun seeing everybody here. And if you want to see the, and I know how much you like cannibalizing and eating things, so if you want to rewatch a certain part of the VOD, maybe you would enjoy it. Is it a fun Valentine? Good night. Yes, good night. It's been so fun. I haven't had fun on Valentine's for a long time because I don't celebrate Valentine's. I think we can all guess why. Ganbare, Karma-chan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Utsu Karma, thank you for the fun stream. Yes, yes, yes. Everybody, have a good day, night, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone you're in. I will see you all next time. I'll have my schedule up by tomorrow, probably. And yeah. See you. Utsu Karma. Bye-bye. Me gusta. Utsu Karma.